but knew Tom, Steve, Sydney well. This was their normal go-to. Staple of the neighborhood. And you're going to see the receipt. That's the last paperwork tied to Tom Arnold. When he paid the bill and they split their ways and he decided to walk home because he had back problems. And sometimes it would help relieve some of that pain when he took a walk. So instead of joining Steve and Sydney as they took a lift, he decided to walk. A normal walk that he normally took. Here you can see from Pure Taqueria to Beach Circle. Maybe a few seconds when we look at the little 3D version of this, but that's how close it is, about 1,050 feet, roughly. But that's where the crime that these defendants want you to forget occurred. See, minutes after we see on video surveillance Tom Arnold walking down Elizabeth Street, crossing over Bernina, and heading onto that BeltLine, he goes out of view. We don't have any camera footage of Beach Circle. But it's minutes after we see that a different Ring camera in the neighborhood catches a single shot. A booming shot. But there were no police. There was nobody who ran to the scene. This is a Friday night in Inman Park. So you're going to hear from Jacqueline Garner and Rachel Whitlark, who were taking a normal jog on Saturday morning right there on the BeltLine. And that is when, to the side, they see a gentleman who, they can't tell if he's unconscious, if it's from a late Friday night, or if something more sinister has occurred. So you'll hear the 911 call. You'll hear them frantically running about, trying to flag down an officer, Officer Kyle King. And you'll see that at that point in time, no one is sure what happened. But he's quickly able to assess that this indeed looks like a homicide. He follows protocol and raises for homicide, and that is where the APD, Atlanta Police Department, response begins that morning. What remembers what they want you to forget? You'll see a lot of video surveillance footage throughout the course of this trial. They serve as breadcrumbs that led to our final destination. See, there's video surveillance, as we discussed, from Hampton and Hudson, showing Mr. Arnold earlier in the night. But at the same time, as he's enjoying that night out with friends, you'll see video surveillance from the street, right around Elizabeth and Bernina where they meet. You'll see a vehicle parked on the side. That vehicle has been parked there all day and into the night. But that evening, 3 individuals who were not the person who parked that car earlier go up to the vehicle, enter the vehicle, get in, get out, get in, go around, pop the trunk, look around, then head out. You'll then follow those individuals up Elizabeth Street to the corner right where Pure Taqueria is. You'll see them head down North Highland Avenue. As they walk past, still those same 3 notable clothing, you see them pass down, heading up North Highland, and then make a little cut. It's a side street, right where North Highland Steel Apartments is located. Additional surveillance footage. You see those 3 individuals who did not visit North Highland Steel at any other point during that day pass by the front door. You'll see one of those individuals try to work his way inside, but once it's unsuccessful, they head back down that street, headed back towards Bernina. We have a back camera. You'll see that footage. That footage then shows those same three individuals walking together, notable clothing, as they walk down Bernina, and then instead of heading back to that vehicle where it was, they head onto the BeltLine. Instead of going to the beach circle portion of the BeltLine, they go closer to the skate park. There is video footage there. You will see those same three individuals together, heading up towards the skate park, and then eventually coming back. Then you see them veer off of the camera screen, but not towards Elizabeth and Bernina, because we have that footage, not towards the other side of North Highland, where you can take another turn off of the BeltLine, and not anywhere where we can track the individuals that were walking around. See, the only people we don't see anymore on video footage after that point are those three individuals and then Thomas Arnold. So it is at that point in the police investigation that you will hear that they released information to try to track down who these persons of interest were. These persons of interest that we see in the vehicle, that we see them walking up towards North Highland, that we see headed towards the skate park on the BeltLine, and that we last see headed on the BeltLine towards the beach circle. Well, after the police are able to release that information, they find out that there are witnesses that remember some information that the defendants would rather you forget. You will hear from Shaquan Crawford. Shaquan Crawford was a friend and associate of Brandon Williams, also known as Kid DeHardy. You'll hear about that. And Demetrius Ross, also called Meat. You'll hear from Shaquan Crawford, and I'll go ahead and prepare you, he is a character. He's going to tell it all. You don't have to like how he tells it. You don't have to like him. But you get to evaluate what motivation would he have to come in and lie. What motivation would he have to come forward at all? Because the police only had a photo of persons of interest. But you will hear from Mr. Crawford that Mr. Brandon Williams did indeed admit to the homicide of Thomas Arnold, using the term dome-capped. A very specific term to say dome-capped, as you will hear that the police did not release any information about the single shot to the head. And again, not even the two women who found the body knew there was a shot to the head or shot at all. You'll then hear about the actions of Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross after this crime. You'll hear from Talisa Reese. Miss Reese lives up in McIntyre, Georgia. We're down in McIntyre, Georgia. But about 2 hours away, not down the street. You'll hear from Miss Reese that initially on March 5th of 2022, she goes over to the home of her son's girlfriend, lives right down the road, that being Edna Rivers. But she's surprised when she walks into that home and sees an individual who she identifies as Brandon Williams, comfortable, not saying much, and not explaining why he's in the home that she deems is belonging to her son, Miss Rivers' new boyfriend. You will hear that she says, I don't know what's going on here, but you gotta get out. And at that point, she says, where do you want to go? You're going to have to get in this car and get out of here. And she takes him to a different county, drops him off. But again, this is March 5th, 2022. It is then on March 11th, 2022, that Ms. Rivers begins receiving messages. In those messages from Mr. Williams is a screenshot of that very APD release with the photo of those individuals and a request for information on those persons of interest. And you'll hear about the nature of that conversation. But most notably is the date, because that was the same day that that APD release was made. You will hear from Mr. Crawford, that's Meat in that photo, Demetrius Ross, that's Brandon Williams in that photo, also known as Kid. You'll hear from Ms. Rivers. Brandon said, that's me and my brother, identifying himself in that photo. But you'll also hear about another individual called Taylor. There were 3 persons of interest in connection with the man found on the BeltLine. Now, 2 of those individuals we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt sitting here today. But you'll hear about the investigation on the 3rd. See, not only was there an Atlanta Police Department investigation, they met with witnesses, they talked, they pulled phone records, the surveillance footage. You'll also hear about GBI testing. There were many items sent to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, hoping that there could be some DNA, some forensics, some fibers found, but unfortunately, they did not yield positive results. This isn't Law and Order, it's real life. But you'll get to hear from the experts as to why that can occur, how often it may occur, and that the due diligence was done either way. But you'll also hear about an investigation into that 3rd individual, Taboo. And that initially, that investigation led to an individual called Malik Williams. And you will hear that that initial investigation was not correct. Through additions by the DA's office here, they were able to look at phone records, see who is tied to the scene, who is not, to interview alibi witnesses, to see if Mr. Malik Williams was even in Atlanta at the time. And when that due diligence was done, the conclusion was met that Malik Williams was not Taboo, and he was cleared. Because that's what the process should do. The process is not just to get someone, the process is to get it right. And this is a case where you get to see that they got it right. See, the phone records and the phone numbers tied to Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross yielded positive results, showing their phones pinging off towers in that beach circle area at the time of Mr. Arnold's murder. That also was the same evidence that was able to exonerate Malik Williams. It's a thorough investigation. There's nothing to hide there. But you'll also hear evidence about these 2 defendants and how they remember that crime that they want you to forget. See, there are text messages that you'll be able to see between Brandon Williams and Shaquan Crawford, sending that photograph from the news article, asking for a place so he can get out of Dodge, reaching out to Miss Rivers out in McIntyre. 911 got to come pick up the phone. You want to see me go back for life? You'll see messages between Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross pulled from Mr. Ross's phone. in which there is a reference on March 11th to another cold case. Just another cold case. The same phone that produced a photo of Mr. Arnold that was in the search history, as well as that same news release. It is the conduct of Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross before, during, and after that you will see during the course of this trial, during the evidence presented, that shows that they committed the murder of Mr. Arnold as parties to a crime, and they are guilty of each and every count. They are together on the video before the shooting. They are together and last seen together right before they head off camera towards that beach circle area. They communicate with each other right after the news release about another cold case, about cut your location off, and our secret spot, Plan B. The facts to remember are that this should have been a walk to remember. This should have been a walk that Mr. Arnold could have talked to Steve Carlin, Sidney Ward about the next day. But it ended up being a crime that Fulton County can never forget. There was absolutely no justification for this shooting. You will hear that this is over an attempted robbery of a man who didn't have anything to give. But you can't leave any witnesses. That's the motive. That's what was told to Mr. Carlin. There is no excuse for Mr. Williams' conduct or Mr. Ross's conduct. There is no justification. And this is a homicide, and this is a murder. I'm asking that after you review all the evidence, holding the state to its verdict, that you find beyond a reasonable doubt at the conclusion of this trial that both defendants are guilty. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Like Ms. Jones-Connor said, we thank you for being here. My name is Michael Norman, and along with Charlotte Carter, we represent Brandon Williams in this case. Now, the state has told you a lot of information. I know that you all listened to the indictment during jury selection. At this point, those are only words. And until the state backs those words up with evidence, that is all they are, and that's all they should be considered. Now, I believe that the evidence in this case is going to show that the person who killed Mr. Arnold will never be in this courtroom. Brandon Williams, you have heard, again from the indictment, may not be an angel. However, I'm going to ask you, and the law requires, that you base your decision in this case on the evidence in this case presented in this courtroom and not on Mr. Williams' past. Mr. Williams, on February 25th, 2022, was living with his mother, helping her with various health conditions, thinking about getting up and going to work on Saturday morning, when he decided, like many other people in Atlanta that evening, to enjoy the unseasonably nice February weather and go to the BeltLine. He had no idea what was going to happen to Mr. Arnold that evening, like the many other people out on the BeltLine. The police department, unfortunately, is faced with a lot of crime on the BeltLine. It is not unusual. And given the press coverage of this case, there was a rushed investigation. They needed to make arrests to make people in Atlanta feel safe. In that rush to judgment, there was a rushed police investigation. They relied on limited information from unreliable witnesses. You will hear that the same person the prosecutor mentioned, Jacqueline Crawford, who made statements about Brandon Williams, is a person that falsely identified Malik Williams as being on the BeltLine that evening. You will hear that when Mr. Williams saw himself on the news as a suspect for murder, he got scared. That is not unusual. The important thing in this case, again, is the evidence presented in this courtroom. And it's important that you pay attention not only to what the state presents, but what they will not present. You will not see any interaction between Mr. Williams and Thomas Arnold on any of the several video cameras that evening. You will not see a gun associated with Mr. Williams in any way. You will not hear that Mr. Williams' DNA was on any of the physical evidence recovered from the scene. You will not hear that any clothing was recovered from Brandon Williams that had a drop of Mr. Arnold's blood on it. You will not hear that any fingerprints are related to Mr. Williams. You will not hear from any eyewitness to this shooting. You will see that there were several other people out on the BeltLine that evening, again, enjoying the weather that February. Now, you're going to hear a lot more from the state than you will hear from me. I think you saw that in jury selection, and you'll see that today. The reason for that is because the state has the only burden in this case. Mr. Williams sits here presumed innocent. He does not have to prove or disprove any fact in this case. And I want to repeat that. Brandon Williams does not have to prove or disprove anything in this case. This case is strictly based on what the prosecutor can prove. Now, they are not going to be able to reach the high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt in this case because the killer won't be in this courtroom. And so once you have heard all of the evidence or lack of evidence presented by the prosecutor and you've looked at the investigation, I'm going to ask that you come back and return the only reasonable verdict in this case of not guilty.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. How are you doing today? Now, my opening is going to be short, to the point. I'm going to tell you why you're here today, your responsibilities as the jury, what I expect the evidence to show, what I expect the evidence to not show. This is a case of who done it. We don't know who done it. Mr. Ross doesn't know who done it. Mr. Williams doesn't know who done it. The state doesn't know who done it. We don't know. Now, many of you mentioned that you watch a lot of crime TV shows. You read a lot of criminal books. And you enjoy the investigations. You enjoy the mystery, the not knowing. Could be this person, could be that person. But ultimately, they find the person. They know who did it. But this case is not like that. Unfortunately, we don't know. We don't know what happened. And I want to thank you all for being here today. I'm not envious of any of you. You have a great burden. You have to listen to this evidence. You have to make your decisions based on a great weight. But as Mr. Ross sits here today, he is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. As he sits here today, he is innocent. In the state, they're going to be shooting these daggers at Mr. Ross. They're going to try to penetrate that cloak. I don't expect that the evidence will be able to show that he committed any of these offenses because he doesn't know, he wasn't there. And you all carry that great burden. You all are going to have to listen to all the evidence to determine what happened. Now, like I said, you all carry the burden. Well, the state carries the burden. They must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross committed these offenses. And what is beyond a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is just what it says it is. It's a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It's a doubt based on common sense and reason. And after considering all of the facts and the circumstances of this case, if you find that your minds are wavering, if you find that your minds are unsettled, if you find that your minds are unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And I expect that to be the case at the end of this trial. You'll be unsatisfied. Your minds, they will be wavering. After you hear the evidence, after you use your common sense, you seek the truth, you'll realize at the end that unlike those murder mysteries that you watch, those books that you read, you won't have that clear resolution at the end. You won't know who done it. And so that's why we're here on February the 25th, 2022. Mr. Thomas Arnold, he's a fine, upstanding citizen. He lost his life. And myself, along with Mr. Ross, and I'm sure with everyone else, we send our condolences to the family, to his friends. And while it may be easy to try to point the finger at someone, we just don't know who to point that finger at. Now, I expect the evidence to show that there were 3 gentlemen on the BeltLine. There were 2 gentlemen and 1 gentleman. He was kind of walking around not knowing what's going on. And whatever they were doing on that BeltLine that day, maybe it looked like they were up to no good. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today because the state holds the burden of proving what happened to Mr. Thomas Arnold. And so, as you sit here today, as you listen to the evidence, as you listen to what the state presents, as you listen to the testimony of the witnesses that will come, I want you to pay attention to the things that you don't see. I want you to pay attention to the things that you don't hear. And when I question each witness, my questions will be very deliberate. They'll be deliberate on the things that you don't see. They'll be deliberate on the things that you don't hear. Because Mr. Ross is innocent. He doesn't know what happened. The state doesn't know what happened. And so I want you to listen to the responses, listen to the things that you want more of, that leave you wavering, leave you unsettled. And that burden that the state has, that burden to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the highest burden of our generation. And that is something that you all are tasked with making them reach. And I ask that after you hear all the evidence, you listen to the witnesses, that you find Mr. Ross not guilty. Thank you.
All right, let's take a brief break and we'll come back with the first state's witness.
All right, for the jury. What do I? No, you're sitting. You said you can't shoot when you're sitting. That's why I had a question about that.
Now, I want to turn your attention to a particular Saturday morning, the morning of February 25th, 2022. Did you meet with that run club that day?
So actually, the run club meets at 6:30 normally on Saturday mornings, and my friend Rachel and I had a long week at Tech, just teaching and exams, so we decided to meet on our own at 7:30 instead of with the group. So my friend Rachel and I met at 7:30 at the normal spot, but the group had already left. They left at 6:30, and we left at 7:30.
The normal spot being the Carter Center?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
And what happened after you and Rachel met up?
So we stretched for a bit, and then the route that we took that day, we crossed over Freedom Parkway, and we were on the Freedom Park Trail, and that trail continues for a while, but we took a connector off of the Freedom Park Trail. I believe it's called the Freedom Park BeltLine Connector, and that it's a little sidewalk that runs somewhat parallel to Highland, and that takes you straight to the BeltLine. And that day when we got off on the connector, the little sidewalk, we encountered, is that what you want me to tell you?
Yes,
We
go ahead.
encountered a deceased body.
Now, at the time when you saw the body, did you know that they were deceased?
It was pretty obvious. Yeah.
And describe to me what you saw.
So that part of that connector, that sidewalk goes, it's sort of downhill at that point. It's going downhill. So it was very easy to see. So the gentleman's body was right near the sidewalk. It wasn't like he was way off. He was right there. And, he was lying there, but it wasn't like his body wasn't perfectly straight, but one of his hands was purple, or bluish purple, and there was a wound on his forehead, and there was blood on his trousers. That's what we immediately saw, and he wasn't moving, and so we assumed he was deceased.
What did you do at that point?
So Rachel pulled out her cell phone and got on 911, and I said to Rachel, I'm going to just see if I find a police officer. So I kept running down the connector, that little sidewalk, which is very close to a street called Bernina and I believe it's Elizabeth. And Elizabeth is perpendicular to Highland. And there was a police officer near the intersection of Bernina and Elizabeth, right off the sidewalk. And I just started, sort of screaming is maybe not quite the right word, but saying loudly, "Officer, officer," because his windows were rolled up. And I wanted him to, to get his attention. And I went and got the officer and told him what had happened, and he came to where the body was.
And so that officer you encountered, it was a police car with an officer inside?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was a police car with his windows up, and that's why I was kind of yelling, for lack of a better word, to get his attention. Yes.
And did the police officer get out of the car?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
In addition to that, a young man who lived nearby heard me, and I think he thought I might have needed help. He was living in one of the apartments, and he came down and he identified himself as a nurse, because I think when he heard me screaming, quote unquote, he might have thought I needed aid. And then that young man and the police officer walked to where the body was. And I think Rachel was still on the phone with 911 because they were trying to get, they knew then that we had a police officer, but I suppose they were trying to also get ambulance and fire and other personnel there.
Now, from where you were with the police officer in the vehicle, could you see the man, the deceased body from there?
I don't recall. It was very close. I mean, it's very possible I could have. I didn't look back because you would have had to have, that would have been sort of behind me. I don't know if that was visible exactly from the police car or not. I'm not sure. Yeah.
And did you walk back to the scene with the police officer?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you provide any information to that police officer?
I don't think I think he started, doing his for lack of a better word, investigation. I don't know what the actual term is. He got the man's phone out and the man's wallet out. I don't recall him asking me my name. I do recall later another police officer coming, and I don't remember that police officer's name, but another police officer actually got Rachel and my name and number and that sort of thing. I don't believe the original officer asked me my name. I know the second police officer did.
Understood.
Yes.
And did you know that individual who was lying to see?
No. No.
Now, after you spoke to the officers, flagged that officer down, took him over to the scene, and then provided your information to another officer, did you do anything further that dealt with this case?
Not that dealt with this case. We were released, for lack of a better word. We asked if they needed any other information from us, and then we ran our normal route, and then we went back. And of course, because of where we parked at the Carter Center, we passed the scene again. And by that time, this was probably an hour and a half later, there was police tape and plainclothes personnel, and I did see somebody with a medical bag. I assumed it was the coroner, although we did not talk to them, and we walked past them, maybe ran past them, and went back to our car.
Understood. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You may have answered this. About what time did you happen upon Mr. Arnold?
I would say it was about 7:45 in the morning. We met at 7:30. I just know the times that we meet. We usually, if we don't meet at 6:30, we meet at 7:30 usually. So we met at 7:30. We probably did some stretches. And so I'm guessing by the time, that's at most a quarter to 0.3 miles from the car. It was probably 7:45, roughly.
And you said it was pretty obvious that he was deceased. How close did you get to Mr. Arnold?
I mean, within a few feet, because that's how close he was to the path.
So did you kind of walk in the circle of the beach circle?
I mean, I know we probably stood there while we were deciding, who's going to do what, Rachel calling the police and so forth. I mean, I'm sure I stood right, because that circle that you're referring to is right by the sidewalk. I don't remember how far into the circle I walked. I do recall walking out of the circle because an older couple was coming down the pathway and they seemed a little scared, and we said something to them and they walked away. I think they didn't continue on their walk that direction. So I don't recall how close I got. I mean, I was there in the circle, but
Okay.
yes.
And how far did you have to run to flag down the police officer?
Probably a tenth of a mile, 0.2 of a mile, something like that. Again, I don't recall. I don't know how far that is, but I mean, I literally was running. I continued on what's called the connector, and there's a little part of the sidewalk that goes to Bernina, and I ran along that sidewalk that goes to Bernina, and that's where I saw the police officer. It wasn't far.
Okay. And so how many minutes do you think it took you?
A minute,
A minute?
maybe 2 minutes at the most.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Is it on? All right, just a few questions for you. Now, how often do you frequent the BeltLine, or did you frequent the BeltLine back then?
At least every Saturday.
At least every Saturday.
I mean, as long as I was healthy and I wasn't out of town, that's when the running group runs.
Do you still frequent the BeltLine?
I do.
Would you say the BeltLine is a pretty busy place?
It is.
Do you pass a lot of people when you're on that BeltLine?
I do. Again, depending on when you start. Obviously, there's more at 8:30 a.m. than there are at 6:30 a.m. And at that time of year, 6:30 it's dark, whereas 7:30 it's not.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Rachel Whitlark.
Good morning. Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
You swear affirm testimony to the court the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Maybe see, can you state your first and last name, spelling of both, please, for the record?
Spelling of both, Rachel Whitlark, Rachel, Whitlark.
Good morning, Ms. Whitlark. How are you?
All right, thank you. And you?
Doing well, thank you. Now, can you please tell us how you're currently employed?
I'm a professor at Georgia Tech.
And do you know a Jacqueline Garner?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Garner?
I met her at faculty orientation, and we have been friends and running buddies ever since, as she is also a professor at Georgia Tech.
Very nice. And you say running buddies. Are you all part of a running club?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of that running club, are you familiar with the Inman Park area and the BeltLine?
Definitely.
Okay. How often would you say that you run in that area?
So it has varied over my 9 years living here, but at least every Saturday for probably all of those 9 years, and then other runs that I would do on my own multiple times during the week.
And what route would you normally take doing a run around that area?
So on a Saturday morning, we have historically met to begin at the Carter Center. So we park in the Carter Center parking lot, and then we take, depends on the direction of travel, but if we are going the BeltLine route, we run down from the parking lot on the Freedom Trail, and the Freedom Trail has a little spur, I guess I might refer to it, that dumps you off onto the BeltLine. And so our typical running route is from the Carter Center down the Freedom Trail onto the spur and then onto the BeltLine and left or right depending on wherever we're going in the city.
Understood. So after you pass the spur, do you pass Beach Circle? Do you know that location?
So I don't know the circle by that name, but I know sort of where you could, if you needed to like duck into Inman Park or go up to Highland, or there's also the trail sort of above you. There's lots of little streets that intersect in that little sort of quad area, if you want to call it that.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to a particular Saturday morning, that being February 25th, 2022.
Okay.
Who were you with that morning?
Jacqueline and I were running by ourselves that morning.
And did you take your normal route?
We did.
Okay. Did anything occur while you took that normal route?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It was an atypical day in that we made it from the Carter Center, down the Freedom Trail, onto the spur, and didn't actually even make it onto the proper BeltLine because we came across a body, seemingly unconscious, or someone laying in the sort of open paved but surrounded by grassy knoll area.
And if you're on your running trail, is that person that you see, whether unconscious or whatever, were they close to where you were?
Close, yes. They were not on the trail, the paved path where we were running, but set off to the side, but not terribly far away.
What do you do at that point?
At that point, I take my cell phone, which is attached to my arm on an armband, and call 911.
And before today, did you listen to a portion of that 911 call?
When you called me yesterday, you and I listened to a portion of that call, yes.
And in listening to that call, did you recognize your voice?
I did.
Okay, and was that a fair and accurate copy of the call that you made on February 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I can't tell. I'm on the Freedom Trail Club.
I apologize. I'll start that back from 0 seconds.
Amanda 911 operator 790, what's the address of your emergency? No, there's a person who looks to be either comatose or dead or something. I can't tell. I'm on the Freedom Trail Club that runs into the BeltLine right off of Minden Park. There's a police officer, I think. No, it's just a traffic light. You said the Freedom Trail. How far are you from the beach circle? From the beach circle? I don't know what that is, but let me tell you what the street is. Is it Bernina? Yes, I am. Is it Bernina and Elizabeth? It is Bernina and what is the intersection here? It looks like yes, ma'am. Bernina and Elizabeth. Okay. Is the person moving at all? Honestly, I didn't get close enough to see. I can't tell. Let me get the ambulance. Face is bloodied. Let me get the ambulance on the line. Hold on 1 second. And you said it's on Freedom Park Trail? Yes. There's okay. It's Atlanta. It's street. Okay, it's Atlanta. It's going to be Bernina Avenue Northeast. And Elizabeth Street Northeast? Yes, we're flagging down a police officer.
Okay.
They're going to be on
Where your call from?
Grady. It's going to be on Freedom Park Trail. Those are the cross streets, but it's on the trail.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. All right. Let's phone up where your call from in case we need to call you back.
Great call.
Good. All right. Tell me exactly what happened.
So I'm running with my friends. We just left the Carter Center, like the proper Carter Center, and we run down from the Carter Center onto the Freedom Trail, and we get on the BeltLine, the east side BeltLine, and we're running down the little connected spur, and there's a little sort of garden area off to the side, you know, sort of in the woodsy area, and we just encountered this person who is sprawled out on their back with a bloody face, and we called you. And my friend has just flagged an officer who is here with us.
You got an officer there with you? Okay, I'm trying to get as much information as I can, okay?
Okay, of course. I'm walking up with the officer as we speak.
Okay. All right. Are you with that person now?
With the officer, or I'm walking in that direction, yes.
Okay. How old was that person?
My estimate is about approximately 50, a white male.
Okay.
But his face is bloody, so I can't tell. And frankly, I'm not at that close, but I'm getting close.
Okay. And was he awake?
Doesn't appear to be. The police officer is approaching. He looks blue, so I'm going to guess No. Yeah. The police officer is approaching. His hands are blue. Jacqueline?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you let the officer know that you do have Grady on the line so he can update us? If you're close to him. He's speaking into his intercom. Oh, so he's probably notifying us.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the police officer. He's talking through his intercom.
Okay.
Okay, from what you can see, ma'am, does the male appear to be breathing? Like, is his chest moving at all like he's breathing? No, ma'am. It does not appear that he is. Okay.
Okay.
He is not responding to the officer.
Okay. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
I can't tell. Well, I'm just observing that his face is bloodied and his jeans appear to have blood on the leg. That's as far as I can see.
I understand. Is there any serious bleeding?
I'm sorry?
Is there serious bleeding?
No, I wouldn't describe it as serious. I would just say his face appears to have been involved in some sort of an altercation, and there's blood on the jean's leg, but the police officer has found the wallet, and there is no response. If I can make that call as a civilian. Are you able to tell me that if there's an APD officer? Atlanta officer? Is it an Atlanta officer? Is it a police department officer, right? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay.
He's talking to
we are
the case. Sorry?
Okay, I was just saying that we're setting up paramedics to help now. Stay on until the guys can do next.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you say that again?
I am. We are organized and help now to get it taken care of. Stay in line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
wonderful.
I'm going to speak with the other operator real quick.
Okay.
Elena, what's your operator?
I'm 7909.
Okay. And were you able to verify if the APD is on scene?
Yeah, we have a unit there. It's another unit en route. I can see it.
Okay, so unit on scene, another unit en route.
Right, and fire has already been started.
I appreciate that, ma'am.
Great.
And if I can,
I'm sorry, just so you know, they did put it here. It looks like they have 901 notified as well, and it's a possible 48.
okay.
All right, I'm going to
Yes,
disconnect.
ma'am.
Okay.
And Miss Whitlark, was that your voice that you heard on that call?
Yes.
Okay. And in the beginning of that call, it sounds like we hear you running or moving from one location to another. Can you kind of just walk us through what was happening at that point?
Sure. So where I had stopped, or where we had stopped, sort of proximate to the location of the body, was a good couple yards away from sort of the end of the street and from where the street signs are. It was probably 30 yards or something like that. So as you heard, as I was discussing with the operator asking me about the street intersections, I had to get physically close enough to find the street locations and see. I knew Elizabeth, but Benina is not a street name that stays in my mind, so I had to go and confirm those locations. And then Jacqueline had run, to flag down the police officer, so I had sort of followed her as I was on the phone, and then eventually made my way back up to the original location. So I was traversing that distance over the course of the call.
Understood. And we hear that you are, walking the 911 operator over what you've seen, and that there's an officer there as well as you've described. Did you provide your information to any Atlanta police officers on the scene as well?
Yes, subsequently to that initial officer that Jacqueline was able to flag down, other officers joined and eventually took our contact information and took, we conversed with them and they took our information.
Understood. And after you had spoken to those officers, of course, made the 911 call, were you involved in any way with this case any further?
So we continued on. Eventually, once the officers had said they didn't need any more information from us, you and I have conversed, I shall say, over the years, but in other ways, no.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you happened upon Mr. Arnold and you found him to be unconscious and you called 911, how close did you get to Mr. Arnold?
Closer than when I was standing or where we were running on the BeltLine, but I didn't get close enough to be able to touch anything that had gone on, or so I kept, to my mind, a respectable distance to be able to see, to be able to answer the operator's questions, but so moved from the trail closer, but not on top of.
Okay. And from the time you initially made the 911 call and flagged down the officer, how long did it take for additional officers to show up?
I would measure it in minutes.
About how long?
I'm hazarding a guess here, but I would say maybe a dozen minutes, something like that.
Okay. 10, 15 minutes? Less than that?
Probably not less, but maybe could have been a few more.
And during that time, how many people had walked by in that area? Did you notice people walking by, coming down the hill or going up?
So there had been, I recall having passed another couple who had been walking that morning, and at a certain point, a neighbor who had heard Jacqueline flagging down the officer walked toward the scene, but otherwise I remember no one else until the rest of the officers and the medical team arrived.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing? How many people would you say are in your running group?
In the running group? Ooh. Frankly, I'm not part of the membership team, so I don't have access to those numbers, and based on the number of people who show up on any given weekend, my extrapolation would be maybe somewhere on the order of 30, but I can't really tell you who is an active participant because it comes and goes. It's the nature of a running group. It's not, hard and fast membership kind of thing.
But typically, I guess, when you do meet up in those mornings with the running group, you'd say it's an average of about 30 people?
No. That's the full membership group in terms of who shows up on any given Saturday. Somewhere between 6 and 12 would be my guess. But the morning in question, Jacqueline and I had not gone with the rest of the group. She and I were running ourselves.
And you said you passed by some other people on the BeltLine. Now, typically, when you're on the BeltLine, do you notice that it can be busy?
As the day progresses on a Saturday, absolutely it can be busy. But given how early this was, it's not the typical crowd you associate with the BeltLine.
But as the day goes on, it picks up and more people come onto the BeltLine.
Sure.
Is that right? All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
May be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
The state calls Quinton Pike.
Good morning.
Vote please.
Spelling vote.
Yes, sir.
Quinton Pike, Quinton, Pike, Pike.
Good morning still, Mr. Pike. How are you?
Doing great.
Good. And, Mr. Pike, do you currently live in Atlanta?
I do not.
Okay. Do you work in Atlanta?
I do.
Okay. What area of town do you work in?
Inman Park,
How long have you worked in that area?
5 or 6 years.
And where do you work?
331 Elizabeth Street.
And I am going to approach you with what has been previously shown to council and marked as State's Exhibit 11. If you could, take a look at State's Exhibit 11 and let me know if you recognize that at all.
Yeah, that's the front of the building that we work in.
That's the front of that 331 Elizabeth Street location where you work?
Yep.
Okay. And a fair and accurate depiction of that area?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 11.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in just a moment, you will see a copy of State's Exhibit 11 on the screen in front of you. And do you have State's Exhibit 11 on that screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now I believe there is a touch screen feature. Okay. If you could use your fingers just on that touch screen and show us where the 331 Elizabeth Street location is where you work. Thank you so much. And that location, do you have any surveillance footage or video that is captured of that?
We do.
Okay. And is it just in this front area where we see it? Is it surrounding the building? Tell us a little bit about that.
It's around back, so our offices are on the second floor. And so if you go up that alleyway, around back is where the camera is.
And what does it capture on a normal day? What am I looking at? Like a parking lot, a street? What do you have there?
The alleyway between this building and the one behind it.
Now, I want to turn your attention to a few years back in 2022, specifically in February, early March. Now, during that time, did the police come to your place of business in regards to an investigation?
I believe they did.
Okay. And during their investigation, was there some video footage provided that was covered by your business?
Yes, there was.
I am showing defense counsel with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8. And I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize what's pictured in State's Exhibit 8?
Yeah, that's the entrance for our office.
Okay.
That's the camera.
And so that's the camera footage provided to police related to their investigation in 2022?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 8.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
one moment. It wouldn't be a Thursday morning if there weren't some technical difficulties. At this time, I will publish State's Exhibit 8. Now, State's Exhibit 8, with that sound that we hear attached to it as well, would that have been the same condition you would have given it over to the police in?
Yes,
With the video and the sound attached?
correct.
And were you present at work? I know it's dark out, but were you present at work during the time of that footage?
I was not.
Okay. And other than providing that footage to the police department, did you have any other involvement in the case at all?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Pike. I don't have any further questions.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great.
The video we just saw, is there any timestamp listed on that video?
No, I believe I included it in the email.
Okay. Do you know how the time is set on that device?
NTP. It's synced with the National Time Service.
Okay.
It's a Nest camera, so that it connects to the internet, syncs time.
All right, and what documentation did you provide showing what time that video is from?
I don't know, maybe a screenshot. If not, I just stated exactly the timestamp when that footage was.
All right, and the sound we heard, excuse me, and the sound we heard on that camera, you're not aware what that sound is?
It sounded like a gunshot to me, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. No further questions.
Good afternoon. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
One moment, Judge. I have one question. Just bear with me for one moment. Now, Mr. Pike, you stated that when you provided the footage to the police, the timestamp would have been included with that as well?
And I'm sure I included it in the email. I don't know if it's on the footage or not.
Okay. I was trying to work around a technical difficulty, so I used a different player, but I'm going to show State's Exhibit 8, same video, different player, and it should come up on the screen. All right. Now, what we're looking at on the screen, still that same camera footage and that view of around your office?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to pause. Can you read out what you see at the bottom?
10:27, 42 seconds, p.m., February 25th, 2022.
Okay. And would that have been the timestamp associated with the video footage provided?
I believe so.
And pausing at the 12-second mark, was that the sound that you referred to that sounded as a gunshot?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Just briefly, do you know where, did you Did you put the words at the bottom of that video, or are they on the video as it is delivered?
I didn't change anything.
Okay.
Just export it from Nest and give it to the email it to the detective.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Your Honor, I have
Certainly.
a question, Your Honor. Now, you said that to you it sounded like a gunshot. Is that right?
Correct.
But it could have been any other kind of sound. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
If you can rephrase, please.
This sound could have been a multitude of things.
Objection, Your Honor, still calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I don't think it calls for speculation.
All right, I'm going to overrule. I'll grant you some leeway.
You can answer the question. It could have been a multitude of things that the sound was.
Sure.
Thank you. No other questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
You may be excused, sir. Thank you. Please call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Kyle King.
Good morning, officer.
My name is Kyle King. First name K-Y-L-E, last name K-I-N-G.
Good morning, officer. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
I'm a police officer for the city of Atlanta.
How long have you been in that role?
I was going on 7 years.
Okay. And do you work in a specific region or department?
I work in Zone 6.
Tell us a little bit about what neighborhoods are covered with Zone 6.
For Zone 6, you have Cabbage Town, Inman Park, like the Virginia Highlands, things like that. There's a couple others.
Have you worked that same location all of your years with City of Atlanta?
That's correct.
Now, a typical Saturday morning, let's say, working in your position, what would that look like?
Early in the morning is just patrolling. Like we answer 911 calls. So if we don't have a call, we just patrol the areas and they do some traffic.
Now, I want to turn your attention to the morning of February 26th, that Saturday of 2022. Did you become involved in an investigation that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, were you working your normal kind of beat, working that same Zone 6?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what you recall.
I was just patrolling in the morning. I know I was driving down North Highland, and once I reached the intersection of North Highland and Elizabeth, I remember hearing a woman yelling to get my attention.
And did you see the woman?
After I was looking for her, I saw her running towards my vehicle.
Okay. What happened at that point?
When she got to the car, she told me that she found the body of a male that possibly may be deceased.
Now, from where you were at this point where the woman has approached your car, did you see or have visibility of the body at that point?
No, I did not.
Okay. What did you do from there?
I drove down to the end of the intersection where that Elizabeth meets Bernina, and that's where I parked my vehicle. Because from there you have to walk, and that's when her and somebody else, they walked me to the body.
Now, in order to walk from that intersection of Elizabeth and Bernina to where the body was found, what area did you walk to get there?
It's part of Freedom Trail and the BeltLine. It's all in that same area, and then there's like a circular. I don't even know how you describe it. It's like a little circular part off of the trail, and that's where the body was.
Is that the beach circle location?
I don't know about that name.
And that circular location, is it paved and straight the same way the rest of the BeltLine is, or does it look different in some way?
The circle itself, it has like, I would say maybe it had like rubble but it's different from the BeltLine. But the outside it has like a grassy on the outside. It has like large stones around the circle.
Now, once you made your way from Elizabeth and Bernina across the BeltLine to that location where the body was, what did you do from there?
I looked at the body on the face. It was blood on the face. The male was not conscious, breathing, or alert. And then I got on my radio and alerted radio of what I was observed.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what is called a CAD report or incident detail report?
I am.
And just generally, can you tell us what that is?
It's basically from like dispatch. They put notes and timestamps and different units of the call and the notes that they hear from the radio.
Now, I am going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3 and has been previously shown to the defense. If you could please take a look at State's Exhibit 3 and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
See a CAD report from the incident.
This incident that you came across on the morning of February 26, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would tender State's Exhibit 3.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Are you able to see State's Exhibit 3 on the screen in front of you, officer?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. All right, so at the top we have the incident number. Can you read out what that number is?
It is 220-570-485.
And what's the significance of that number?
It's the case number of the incident.
Okay. And is there a date and time associated with the incident call related here?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
Incident date again is February 26, 2022 at the time of 7:43 a.m.
And that time, does that coincide with when you would have been on scene, flagged down by that woman, and then raised for backup?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm just moving down into the location information section. Can you read out what address we have associated?
It's 341 Elizabeth Street Northeast.
And again, is that in that area where we have the BeltLine, in that gravel, grassy area that you described earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I am just moving down to page 3 in the incident comments. The first comment we have here, can you read that out, what we have?
It says on the BeltLine, signal 7 to 8, it's going to be WM for white male, blue jeans, burgundy sweater, brown boots, not alert, conscious, or breathing.
And at this point, is there a reason why it says not alert, conscious, or breathing, but not deceased?
Because it hasn't been said by a medical professional yet.
Understood. And what are you observing at this point?
You mean on the screen?
No,
Or-
what are you observing being on the scene at that point?
The male that fixed that description, and the male's not moving at all, not responding to me being there.
Now, as part of an investigation, are there typically photos taken of the crime scene as it would be observed at the time?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And was that completed in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 32, 34, and 35. Previously shown to defense counsel. If you could, please take a look at these. and let me know if you recognize it. Oh, I apologize. It's 13 through 32. I misspoke. 34 and 35.
Yes, everything is correct.
Okay. And how do you recognize states 13 through 32, 34, and 35?
As I remember it, as I seen.
The scene at that 341 Elizabeth Street location where the deceased body was found on February 26, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender states exhibits 13 through 32, 34, and 35.
We would object to the lack of foundation or authentication in this case. This officer did not take photos.
So, Your Honor, the officer was present while these photos were taken, as he's testified.
Overruled, admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to grab states exhibits 13 through 32, 34, and 35, and I will place them on the screen to make them a little easier.
And Your Honor, I'm going to join Mr. Norman on that objection that he has. And just in addition, I don't believe this officer can lay the foundation. He did not take the photos. He can't say that they are accurate because he's not the person who took the photos of that incident.
But I believe the question was asked to the accurately depict the scene that he came upon that morning.
Yes, Your Honor, that was the question.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Overruled.
I'm going to publish on the screen, starting with States Exhibit 20. Now, States Exhibit 20 that we have here, where are we standing if we're taking this?
If you're taking that, you're at the intersection with Elizabeth Street.
And is that where you were flagged down or where the body was located? Where would that be?
That'd be at the intersection of where it leads to the path where the body was found.
Understood. And States Exhibit.
Your Honor, if we may approach.
You may.
Just 1 second, officer. Fix a slight issue. Now, State's Exhibit 27 will be located on that screen. Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 27?
That'd be the ID of the victim.
Okay. And this ID was found on the victim's person?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I want to turn to State's Exhibit 28. State's Exhibit 28, what are we looking at here?
That'd be a magazine or an empty shell case from a round from a handgun.
And this shell casing, would it have been present at the time where you came upon the body and your investigation had begun?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 32. State's Exhibit 32, what do we have here?
Be the wallet of the victim.
Okay. And we see different items pictured here, both inside and outside of the wallet. Would those all have been present on the scene at the time that you happened upon the body?
Yes, that's correct.
I am going to show defense counsel State's Exhibit 33. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Take a look and let me know if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
It's the bottom of the victim.
You could just speak up for the record so I can be.
So that was the body of the victim.
And at this time, a fair and accurate depiction of how you would have came across the body that morning.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 33.
No, okay.
And Your Honor, just to continue, Jacob, he's not the person who's taking this photo.
Overruled. Admitted. You may publish.
State's Exhibit 33 will come up on the screen in just a second. Now, State's Exhibit 33, as we're looking at it, is this that area you were describing with, I believe you called it rubble and grass on the outside?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the position, as we see the deceased laying here, is that how you came across the body that morning?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, would once you got on scene, would you have had anybody coming in and coming up to the body or moving or manipulating anything in any way?
That'd be the crime scene technician and the medical examiner.
Okay. So all police-related officials?
That's correct.
Okay. Any individuals who were not police-related, would they have been allowed to come onto the scene, move, or change anything in any way?
No, they would not.
Okay. One moment. Now, once those, or let me ask this, do any medical professionals, either coroner or EMTs, do they arrive when there is a case like this?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And once they are there, is the body moved or manipulated in any way?
The EMTs, if it's what they deem as an obvious death, they don't manipulate anything.
And what about the coroner?
They maneuver it from when they need to take pictures or just to examine the body for any.
I'm sorry.
I say if they need to examine for any other trauma, they may manipulate and move the body.
Now on the screen, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 15, very briefly. Now here with State's Exhibit 15, why do we have a hand kind of here? Is that what you're talking about with the coroner's office?
Yes, when they're just checking for trauma to see if they can find the impact or the reason, they can find any evidence of why the deceased became deceased, basically.
And from your initial observation when you saw the deceased, were you able to determine that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And then I want to just briefly show you State's Exhibit 17. State's Exhibit 17, we similarly here see a pair of hands, and what's happening here?
As they examined the body, that's when they found this impact mark of some sort. Basically, they was just examining to see if they can find the cause of death.
And again, was any of that obvious to you when you came upon the body?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, this location where the body was located, that kind of gravel, grassy area, what county are we in at that point?
Fulton County.
Okay. Are we still in Fulton County with where your patrol car was?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And in your patrol vehicle where you were further down on the road, that's before you got on the BeltLine to walk up to the body, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And from your patrol car, was the body visible?
No, it was not.
Okay. And roughly how long of a walk, if you can put a number on it, was it from your vehicle at Elizabeth and Bernina to where the body was located?
I would say approximately like a minute.
Thank you, officer. Well, let me ask this. After you had, stayed on scene, spoken to those witnesses, raised dispatch, did you do anything further in the investigation of this case?
I did not. I just held the scene as the other unit, homicide unit, arrived on scene.
And did homicide arrive on the scene?
Yes, they did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Hello, Officer King. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. So you were the first officer on the scene,
Yes, that's correct.
and approximately what time did you arrive?
It was like a quarter before 8 a.m.
All right. And do you have any idea how long Mr. Arnold had been where you saw him when you arrived?
No, I do not.
All right. Do you have any idea how many people had come by that area between when he got there and when you got there?
I have no idea.
All right. And were you responsible for collecting any of the evidence in this case?
No, I was not.
All right. Now, when you came upon the body, you went into Mr. Arnold's back pocket and removed his wallet, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you also were there when EMS came and placed the sheet over him, correct?
Yeah, it was Atlanta Fire.
Oh, sorry, fire department.
Yeah.
And you are correct. And so, when we talked earlier about manipulating the body, you had already been in his pocket to remove the wallet,
Correct.
and EMS had placed a sheet over him.
Correct.
And then another officer comes while you're at the scene and asks to see the body, correct?
I had other officers come, but I don't recall if somebody asked to see the body.
If you saw your body cam, would that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. May I approach one?
Certainly.
So, do you recognize what I have handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
Body cam footage from the body cam that I was wearing.
All right. And does it appear to be unmanipulated and accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, let me put the right location. I apologize. I'm just going to let you watch beginning at 20 minutes. Did you recognize what I just showed you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask to admit what I have marked as Defense Exhibit 1, a portion of Officer King's body cam.
I'm gonna object. I don't think there's a basis for admitting it. It was used to refresh his recollection.
All right. At this point, now that you have seen the video, do you recall another officer arriving on the scene?
Yes, I do.
And did that officer ask to look at Mr. Arnold's body?
Yes.
And did you, in response to that, go over to the body and remove the sheet or lift the sheet up?
Yes.
All right. And then at some point after you moved that sheet, in that instance, you made a call to one of your superiors, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, again, would your body cam refresh your recollection?
It will.
All right, let me just get the headphones because for this portion I will need you to hear it. Sorry to disconnect from Zoom. I'm old school. This technology is always. So I want to hand you back to these headphones, which are connected. And I am again going to rewind you to 20 minutes, only this time with the sound on. Well, I'm actually starts at 1934 because that's where my finger is.
Not yet.
past that portion.
You was a phone call?
No, radio.
Oh, I thought you meant a phone call.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Absolutely. So does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And so, after you removed the wallet and lifted the sheet to show it to the other officer, to show Mr. Arnold to the other officer, did you make a radio call to a superior?
Yeah, that was the general investigator.
Okay. And at that point, again, you just, with the video, did you move the sheet again?
Yes.
All right. And when you made that radio call, your superior officer told you not to touch the body, correct?
Correct.
But you had already touched the body at that EMS?
I removed the wallet.
Okay. And I would like to offer a map just as a demonstrative exhibit. Have it in front? And again, I apologize, I'm old school, I don't, the computers always cause trouble. Do you recognize that Google Map photo?
Yes.
And does that encompass the area of Beach Circle where Mr. Arnold's body was found?
Yes, it does.
All right. I'm just going to hand you a marker. And although it is, I believe, marked on here, can you indicate where you came across, where you were parked when the woman approached you requesting assistance,
So
if you can?
This will be North Highland. And this is where I drove down. And then my vehicle was parked at this intersection here. And then this is the area of the beach circle, said beach circle.
Can you indicate where you were parked with an X? And then the green circle, I guess toward the top is Beach Circle, correct?
Yeah, in this area here.
All right. And did you go anywhere else other than between your vehicle and the Beach Circle?
No.
And while you were on the scene, there were still people trying to use the BeltLine area, correct?
That's correct.
And you had to send some people away, even though they saw the yellow tape.
That's correct.
They attempted to go under it.
That's correct.
All right. Did you inform? Were you there when CSI arrived, or the crime scene investigators?
Yes, I was.
Did you inform them that you had had any contact with the body?
I don't recall if I know I told on the radio call, I told him that his wallet was in his back pocket.
Okay. And in fact, before CSI got there, you had then removed the sheet completely, right?
Right.
All right. And that was shown in one of the defense exhibits, the sheet. You then laid it down within Beach Circle.
Right. Correct.
All right. While you were there, aside from the officer you showed the body to when you lifted up the sheet, how many other officers came to Beach Circle, as you recall, before the crime scene investigators did?
Outside of me and the other two officers, I don't remember any other officers as far as the beat officers in Zone 6. I know it was us three, the crime scene, and the investigators that came out.
Okay, so there was, including you, there were two other officers who were in the Beach Circle scene before crime scene investigators arrived,
That's correct.
as well as the EMS personnel.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Just a few questions,
Okay.
Judge. Now, Officer King, we heard a lot of manipulation that you did of a sheet. For the body itself, were you manipulating or moving the body?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then I'm going to approach you after showing defense counsel what been marked as State Exhibit 36. I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit 36. Could you take a look? Let me know if you recognize State's Exhibit 36.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
That's the body. What's the ID of the victim?
Okay. And is the victim also depicted in State's Exhibit 36?
Yes, he is.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the State will tender State's Exhibit 36.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And looking at State's Exhibit 36 on the screen in front of you, were you able to get an identification of the deceased male?
Yes, I was.
And what name was tied to that deceased male?
Thomas Allen Arnold.
And was there a date of birth?
Date of birth is October 29th, 1961.
Thank you. No further questions.
Your Honor, one of the jurors raising your hand.
Yes.
You can't see them, it's already.
Oh, because of the
I'm
board.
sorry.
The map's covering it up. All right, please, let's move that. Thank you for pointing that out. We appreciate your attention to detail.
I'll also republish State's Exhibit 36. I apologize.
It's not that strict.
All right, fair enough.
Y'all are my bosses.
And with State's Exhibit 36 coming up on the screen in front of you, officer, is this where you received that name of Thomas Allen Arnold and the date of birth of 10/29/1961?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch and come back at 1:45. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Recording stopped.
Carlin, Carlin.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Carlin. I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good to see you. Now, where do you live? Not address, but neighborhood-wise.
I live in Cameron Park.
Okay. How long have you lived in that area?
Lived there for 30 years, a little over 30 years.
Okay. And how familiar are you with the Inman Park neighborhood?
Very.
Do you spend a lot of time there?
I do.
Okay. And over the years, over your 30 years or plus?
Yeah, pretty much.
And do you or did you know a Thomas Arnold?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Well, Tom moved to the neighborhood in 2000. So around that time, he was pretty quick to meet neighborhood folks, get involved with Trees Atlanta, which a lot of us are also involved with, and just biking groups and whatnot.
And other than kind of the community groups, biking groups, did he have a love for any other type of hobbies?
Yeah, I mean, Tom was known, he was a Class 5 whitewater kayaker. He was an expert mountain biker. He was a road biker, very athletic. Most people know him on his bike. He was always on his bike. So, I would say that was his biggest sort of hobby after he retired, is biking either with others or alone, or he was happiest on bike.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and previously shown to Defense Counsel. If you could take a look at State's Exhibit 1 and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, that's Tom. He is with a dog that he fostered that showed up on Thanksgiving and appeared to be homeless. So named the dog Turk after Turkey Day, and then kept it for 2 or 3 days until we found it a home.
Very nice.
Yep.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would publish, or the state would tender State's Exhibit number 1.
No objection.
Objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And on the screen in front of you, you should, in just a second, see State's Exhibit 1. Is that what we were talking about with State's Exhibit 1 with Tom and Turk?
And Turk, yep.
Very nice. Now, when you have gone to the Inman Park neighborhood, did Tom accompany you to Inman Park?
Yeah,
neighborhood?
sometimes.
Okay.
Yep.
And are you familiar with Pure Taqueria?
Yes.
What about, I don't think it's still there, but Hampton and Hudson?
Yes, that was the sports bar that was sort of downstairs next door.
Okay. And a typical Friday night for you, or for Tom, would it be spent at either one of those establishments?
Yeah, pretty commonly. Yeah, that general corner.
Okay.
Very close to both of our houses, so.
And roughly how far away was that from your home?
I walked there about 15 minutes. I don't know, it's close. And same for Tom, just in the other direction, so.
So back in 2022, Tom would have been living about 15 minutes or so away from that same Inman Park location?
Yes.
Okay. And if he were to walk home, do you know what route would he usually take?
Yes.
What would that be?
So he would walk down Elizabeth, where it turns sort of into the BeltLine connector trail there, and take that path up to the sidewalk that goes around the Carter Center, and then you sort of cut around the east side of the Carter Center, which went straight to his house.
Now, I want to turn your attention particularly to the Friday night of February 25th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
Tell me, what were you doing that night?
So we were at Hampton Hudson with a group of friends, had a couple drinks. We went to Pure. People were standing at the bar ordering tacos, talking.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
You need specific names or?
Yes, who was in the group? So were you there, Tom there?
I was there, Tom was there, our friends Billy and Melanie were there, two other friends from one that had just moved to Atlanta, back to Atlanta, so that was the reason for us to get together, is to see him and his new lady friend, so that was the sort of the reason.
And I apologize if I asked this already, but do you know a Sydney Ward?
Yes.
How do you know Sydney?
Sydney and I have been, best friends for 30 years. Yeah.
And was Sydney there that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Would he typically be on kind of some of these hangouts in the
Yes,
park?
the three of us were always together.
And I'm sorry, just so we can get it clearly on the record, I'm going to ask my full question, then take a little pause, and then let you answer, so we can get all the words. So I was asking if Sydney normally accompanied you or Tom or both when you all went to that Inman Park neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it sounds like that night was no different. So once you all are kind of gathered at Hampton and Hudson, roughly how long, and it doesn't have to be exact, were you at Hampton and Hudson that evening?
Say maybe an hour and a half.
And I said evening, I apologize. Did you get there in the evening, afternoon, or sometime else?
Probably around 6, yeah.
Okay.
6:30, somewhere in there.
Now, after you all were, at the bar, grabbing tacos, catching up, did you go somewhere else?
Yes, we went to Pure.
Okay. And did the entire group go, or a smaller group? Who went to Pure?
So the two folks that we were there to see, actually, I don't think they went. Everything was very crowded. So sorry about my memory, but and I don't think we all left at the same time. But Sid, Tom, myself, and our friends Billy and Melanie, we all went. Yeah.
And if you can remember, again, ballpark is fine. I understand it's 3 years ago. How long were you all at Pure?
I think about 2 hours.
And were you pretty familiar with the Pure Taqueria location?
Yes.
Did you know anybody working or managing that space?
Yes.
Who was that?
So Evan Forrester, who's the general manager. I don't remember if I saw him that night, actually, but he was always there. So, and then the wait staff as well. We know most of those folks are dead, and I can't tell you. It was crowded Friday night. He was working. That was 3 years ago. So
Understood.
yeah.
And in that we kind of know all these folks. Are you including Tom in that?
Well, yes.
Okay. Got it. all stay at Pure Taqueria for a little bit, have some drinks. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Okay. And when it's time to leave, do you remember roughly what time it might have been?
Yes, it was around 10:30.
Okay. And what happens at that point?
So we were closing our tab, and Tom, his back had been hurting him all week, and it kept coming up. That's why I remember it so clearly. Plus, he didn't want to sit down, and the whole time we stood up, he wouldn't sit down because his back hurt so bad. So he kept standing. He said it felt better when he was standing. So when we went to go, sometimes we would split a car and have it drop 2 different places. And he wanted to walk home that night because his back hurt and he didn't want to sit down in the car.
And had he done that before?
Walk home?
Walk home?
Yes.
Okay. And the back pain, was that something that had come up before?
Yeah.
So at this point, Tom has the plan to walk home. Are you and Sydney planning to walk with him, or do you leave another way?
We had ordered a car.
Okay.
Yep.
And in that Inman Park neighborhood, where did that car pick you up?
Right in front of Pure.
Okay.
Yep.
And Pure is located on what street?
It's Elizabeth and North Island.
Now, when you get into the vehicle, is Tom still with you all?
No, he had walked off because it was crowded that night, so we waited a little longer for the car, and so he had already walked down Elizabeth.
And so you all are on the Highland side, or right at the corner? You and Sydney?
Yeah, yes. So to get the car, you walk out the front door, and they pick you up right at the entry. Yeah.
Okay.
On North Island.
And when Tom took off, he went down Elizabeth Street. Is that fair?
Yes, to the north. Yep.
Okay. And when you last saw Tom, where was he headed?
Out the back door to go left onto Elizabeth.
Bless you. Now, did you and Sydney make it home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear from Tom later that evening?
No, I ordered pizza, and I very specifically remember calling him to see if he wanted to come over for pizza. He didn't answer, so I thought that was odd. But yeah, I tried to call him.
And roughly what time would that have been?
I mean, it was maybe 10:45, 10 till 11, somewhere in there.
And you had reached home by that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, he did not pick up when you called. Did he ever call you back?
No.
And so, did you see or hear from him at all the rest of that evening or
No.
the early morning hours?
No.
What happened the next day, Saturday, February 26th?
Yeah, so the next morning I called and he didn't pick up, and I was concerned, so I drove over there and I could see that his bedroom light was still on. It didn't look like he had been there.
And when you say over there, what are you...
To his house, I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said it looked like he hadn't been there. Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
What do you do next?
So we decided to walk and see if we could find him. We thought maybe he dropped his phone and he was out looking for it or something.
And
So
I'm sorry to stop you. When you say we, who's with you?
Sydney and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, you said you decided to walk to see if you could find him.
Basically retracing the route that I know he would have taken to walk home.
So walking back from his home towards Pure Taqueria?
Yes.
Okay. And that route, did it include the BeltLine?
Yes. It didn't for us that day, but it would have for him. Well, the connector trail to the BeltLine. He wouldn't have gone on the BeltLine to get home.
Okay. And so when you're walking out down Elizabeth towards the route that Tom would have taken, do you see the BeltLine during that time?
Yes.
And the connector trail, is that in a different direction than the BeltLine?
Yes.
Explain that to me a little
So
bit.
when Elizabeth kind of dead ends there, and then you've got the little sidewalk that goes up, and then part of the sidewalk turns left and goes, in other words, to the west, to the BeltLine, and then to the right is they call it a connector trail. It goes up the hill to another trail that goes around the Carter Center.
Understood. So at this point on the morning, and around what time in the morning, if you remember? An exact time is not necessary.
I don't. I haven't thought about that morning in a while. I don't 8:30 or 9 or something.
Was it light out by the time you all headed
Yes.
on that walk?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Sydney start retracing, working back from Tom's house towards Pure Taqueria.
Yes.
Are you stopped at some point during that backtrack?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So once we crossed over the property of the Carter Center, you get to that trail that goes down to that point I was just describing. And we could see yellow caution tape. And then as we walked towards the caution tape, an officer approached and they held us back quite a distance where we stood for a while.
And at that point, did you know what was going on?
No, not really.
Did you find out later what was going on?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So we described to the officer that we were missing a friend. We told her his name, and then she walked away and then came back later and confirmed that they had found someone in that area that was Tom.
And when they confirmed that they had found Tom, did they let you know that Tom was deceased?
Yes.
What happened from there?
So from there, the officer accompanied us back to Tom's house where I was parked, and then we went downtown to make a statement.
And again, with that we, both you and Sydney?
Sydney and I, yes.
And was there any information you were able to provide to the police to aid in the investigation at all?
Pretty much kind of how we're talking, just describing the evening and who was there. She took down names, shared times. You know, we took a car home, we ordered pizza, just pretty much the same story, you know, that she just needed to know everything that happened. So, and Sydney and I were in different rooms.
One moment. Now, since Tom's passing, has it changed the dynamics of what your normal Friday nights look like in Inman Park?
Well, certainly, yeah. I mean, it changed my life.
Tell
You know,
me.
I've since retired, had no plans to retire, but did that, and just life is different, yes.
Well, I don't have any further questions, but thank you.
Kelsey, you want this back?
I'll come get it. Defense might have some questions.
Hi, Mr. Carlin.
Hello.
You said you live in Inman Park,
No, I live in Candler Park.
Candler Park. Okay. And the BeltLine kind of connects to Candler Park. Is that correct? Does it connect?
Well, there are trails, connector trails, connected to the BeltLine.
Okay.
Going to Candler Park.
So are you familiar with most of those connector trails around Candler Park?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of trails, but sort of, yes.
Do you yourself walk on the BeltLine often?
Yes.
Would it have been normal for you to walk to Pure Taqueria on the BeltLine?
I wouldn't use the BeltLine.
Would you use one of the connector trails?
No, because I would cut through Inman Park. It's faster.
Okay. But if you were to walk, it'd be about 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And between Hampton and Hudson and Pure Taqueria that night out, how long had you been out that night total in hours? Had you been out?
It was either 6:30 to 10:30 or so, somewhere in there.
And you all were drinking that night?
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that when you talked to Detective Parent, you advised that you all had been buzzed. Yeah. And Tom wasn't stumbling, drunk, but just buzzed.
Yes.
Okay. And you left around 10:30. And can you answer?
Yes.
This? Thank you. And Tom left before you. Is that
Slightly,
correct?
yes.
So you were kind of going out the front door as he was going out the back door?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive to your home that night?
Was probably close to 10:45.
And how long is that drive? And you said it was a 15-minute walk drive. What would that drive look like?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, so really close.
Yeah.
And you often went out on a Friday night on the BeltLine, is that right?
Well, to that corner, yes.
To that corner. So you frequented Pure quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. And on an average Friday, how busy is it down there?
It was pretty busy. Yeah.
Okay.
Streets are buzzing and the bar was fairly crowded.
So when you left that night, do you remember how busy it was? Were there a lot of people out that night?
Well, by that time, Pure doesn't stay open late, so it's not like a night, it's a restaurant. So it was already getting quiet in Pure. I don't remember a lot of people on North Highland when we left. It's kind of getting quieter.
No further questions, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
For me?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm over here hidden, you can't see me. Good afternoon, Mr. Carlin, how are you doing?
Thank you.
So you went to Mr. Arnold's house that Saturday morning,
Yes.
and you also went with them when the police wanted to go into the home? At some point, the police wanted to go to Mr. Arnold's home?
I don't believe I was with them for that one.
No. But you had a key to Mr. Arnold's
Yes.
home. And at that time, you were living with Mr. Sidney Ward?
Yes.
And when you went to Mr. Arnold's home, what did you see when you got there?
So his bedroom, the light was on, and it looked like he hadn't slept in the bed. It just looked undisturbed, and lights on that you wouldn't turn on during the day. It looked like it was from the night before.
Okay. And where was his bedroom located in the house?
So you come in the front door, you're in the living room, and the door to the right, around the back side of the fireplace, was Tom's bedroom.
How many bedrooms did the house have?
2.
2 bedrooms. Was it a 2-story, 1-story?
1 story, with the basement.
1 story with the basement. Did you check anywhere else in the house for Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
Okay, where all did you check?
Just walked around the floor, the main part of the house. Didn't see anybody. Looked in the backyard. No one there, so.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes,
You may be excused, sir. Thank you. You may remain in the courtroom if you wish. Please call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sidney Ward.
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, please come forward.
I do.
Sidney Ward, S-I-D-N-E-Y, Ward, W-A-R-D.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ward. How are
Good
you?
afternoon. Well, thank you.
Now, can you tell us what neighborhood you reside in?
Candler Park,
And how long have you lived in Candler Park?
for 30 plus years.
And do you know Stephen Carlin?
I do.
How do you know Stephen Carlin?
Longtime friend, and we're both architects, and we share a house together.
And did you know a Thomas Arnold?
Yes.
How did you know Thomas Arnold?
Longtime friend, more of a brother.
And when you say long time, how many years are we talking?
99.
Now, how familiar are you with the Inman Park neighborhood?
Very.
And do you spend a lot of time there for work, leisure, all of the above?
Actually, both.
Okay.
I work in Inman Park and spend a lot of time there.
And would you spend time there with Tom and Steve?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention specifically to February 25th of 2022. That Friday night, were you in that Inman Park area?
Yes.
And who were you with?
It's Tom and Steve. We were meeting our friends, or Jim Rich, who had just moved back from California, and he had a new girlfriend that he wanted us to meet. So Tom and Jim arranged for us to meet at Hampton and Hudson.
And Jim, how long had you known Jim?
Oh gosh, maybe 15 years.
Okay.
I can't recall.
That long.
A long, yeah.
We'll say that. And you said that you all went to where that evening?
Hampton and Hudson first.
Okay. And what type of establishment is that?
It's like a gastropub. It's closed now.
And what street, if you can recall, was Hampton and Hudson located on?
It's on North Island.
Now I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 4A, 4B, and 4C. I'm going to approach you, see if you recognize exhibit number 4.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize exhibit number 4?
That's me, that's Tom. I'm not quite sure who that is.
And where are you located?
That's Hampton Hudson. This is the bar. We're standing at the bar.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit number 4 with parts A, B, and C.
Any objection?
Oh, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I'm going to put on the screen in front of you State's Exhibit 4A to begin. One moment. Right. Can you see State's Exhibit 4A?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to come up really quickly. We have a touchscreen feature.
Okay.
Set that up just briefly. Okay. So earlier when I had you identify State's Exhibit 4, you mentioned that you saw yourself. Can you circle yourself on the screen for me? And you also mentioned that you saw Tom in the video as well. Can you draw a square around Tom? And again, you said that this is located at which place?
This is Hampton and Hudson. It's at the intersection of Elizabeth and North Island.
Okay. And at the top of the screen, we have a timestamp showing a date and a time. Can you read that out for me if you can see it?
February 25th, 2022, 7:25 p.m.
And would that have been around the time that you all were meeting up with those friends?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to hit play. Now walk us through a little bit of what's going on here as you can recall it, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, I can identify the other two folks in that frame
Okay,
now with them moving.
let me pause it at timestamp 31 seconds of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Are you able to see them where I have it paused right now?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, let me make sure that touch screen is working again. Now, who do you recognize now that you can see?
Steve with his back to the camera.
Okay, if you could put an X on Steve. Okay. And do you recognize anyone else?
The person just, the Steve's blocking the view of Pete Manoski, but you can see the edge of his head.
Okay. And who is Pete to you all?
He's a neighbor and friend.
I'm going to clear the screen and continue to play at 31 seconds. And as we're looking at it, were you all eating at Hampton and Hudson that evening?
No.
Okay. Were you all drinking at Hampton and Hudson that evening?
Yes.
And just pausing here at 1 minute and 26 seconds, we saw both you and I believe Tom turn around. What's going on there?
That's a friend of mine who's also a client, Nancy Bailey. She works at Emory University. She was out with her sister and brother-in-law, I believe.
And she was a friend and associate of both you and Tom?
She's more closer to me, but she's known Tom through me for quite a while.
Understood. Resuming at 1 minute and 26 seconds. Hoping we will go straight into State's Exhibit 4B. Here we have State's Exhibit 4B. Pausing at the excuse me. Well, pausing back at the beginning at the 0 timestamp. Do you recognize anyone looking at that screen?
The gentleman at the corner of the bar is Pete Fisher with the beard and the ball cap.
And were you all talking with him and enjoying drinks with him while he was there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no for the record?
Oh, sorry, yes.
And again, we see someone standing where my mouse is here. Who are we looking at over here?
That's Tom, and I believe Tim O'Keefe might be behind him.
Okay. Now, from your recollection, was Tom standing for a majority of the evening?
Yes.
Was there a reason why?
His back had been bothering him, and so he was not comfortable sitting down.
slight technical difficulty. One moment. And I just pulled up to the end of State's Exhibit 4C. Can you see the timestamp that we see up at the top?
Yes.
Can you read that out for us?
February 25th, 2022, 10:15 p.m.
Now, was this your last stop of the evening?
No, we walked across the street to Pure.
Okay. And what street are we on at that point?
It's the opposite corner. It's North Highland and Elizabeth.
Can you repeat that video?
North Highland Avenue and Elizabeth.
And feel free to pull that microphone down a little towards you. It's flexible.
Okay.
So, who all headed over? Did you headed over to Pure, is that right?
Yes.
Did Tom and Steve accompany you as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what happened once you all got to Pure Taqueria?
We're friends with the folks that work there, so we just went by to say hello and have a nightcap, and we were only there for 15, 20 minutes.
And when you say a nightcap, does that mean a cocktail or
Yes.
a drink? Okay. I'm sorry. I'll ask my
Yes.
questions and then let you answer just so we can get it for the court reporter clear. So I asked, was a nightcap meaning a cocktail or a drink?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, do you remember who all or who paid the tab at the end of the night?
I do not.
Okay. And are you familiar with an Evan Forster?
Yes.
How do you know Evan?
He is was the general manager at the time of Pure.
Okay. And you, Steve, Tom, did you all frequent Pure Taqueria?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you all were ready to head out of Pure Taqueria, how did you go your separate ways, if you did?
We called a Lyft, and Steve said, Tom, why don't you catch a ride with us? And he was saying that his back was really bothering him, and he just really wanted to walk home, because it's such a short distance. So he chose to walk home, and we took a Lyft.
Now, showing defense counsel what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6A and 6B. Approaching with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6A and 6B. If you could, take a look and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are my receipts from the ride share.
On that evening of February 25th?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 6A and 6B.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So looking at State's Exhibit 6A, is this the receipt associated with the ride you took from Pure Taqueria that evening?
Yes.
And you were headed where?
Home.
And what is the date associated with this receipt?
February 25th, 2022,
Is there a time?
10:33 p.m.
And going to State's Exhibit 6B, do you recognize the addresses listed there?
I do.
What are they? And what are they connected to?
300 North Island Avenue is Pure, and 1235 Druid Place is my home.
Now, you stated that only you and Steve got into that lift that evening. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, when is the last time that you saw Tom that evening?
When we departed, we were waiting on the lift, and he walked ahead.
And what direction was he headed in?
He was heading down Elizabeth Street toward the BeltLine.
And is that a normal route that he would take if he was headed towards his home?
Yes.
Now, did you make it to your home later that evening?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you reach out to Tom?
I did not personally.
Did Steve reach out to Tom?
I'm not sure.
Did you hear from Tom?
No.
Did you hear from Tom any point during that late evening of February 25th or the very early morning hours of February 26th?
No.
What happened the next morning?
The next morning, Steve contacted me and said that he was been trying to get in touch with Tom, and we thought maybe he had lost his phone or hadn't charged it. And Steve tried several times and decided that he was just going to go over to Tom's house and check on him. And I said, well, I'll go with you. So we rode over there, and Steve went in his house and saw that he hadn't slept in his bed. He hadn't been home.
And did Tom have a vehicle at this point?
Yes.
Was the vehicle at the home when you went there?
Well, yes.
Did you see the vehicle at any point during the night of February 25th?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know, had he driven his vehicle down to Inman Park?
No.
Okay. No, you don't know, or no, he had not driven?
No, he had not driven.
Okay. Now, you all look around and do not see Tom. What happens from there?
We were worried, and we called friends to see if anybody had heard from him, and we decided that maybe he had fallen, or, because you cut through the Carter Center, so it is, you're not like walking down a sidewalk. So we decided to trace what we thought his steps might have been back to the restaurant, and then we came upon the police tape.
I'm going to approach you with what has been previously shown to defense counsel as State's Exhibit number 5. Can you take a look and let me know if you recognize the area covered in State's Exhibit 5?
I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
It's an aerial of the intersection where Pure is in Hampton and Hudson.
Okay. And that's the area you were in the evening of February 25th, 2022, but also many other evenings.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would tender State's Exhibit 5.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, mean you may publish.
Your Honor. Now, I am going to place State's Exhibit 5 on the screen in front of you and see if we can set up that touch screen again so you can kind of let us know what area you're in to orient us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you see Pure Taqueria?
Yes.
Can you circle that for us? And where you were picked up, you and Steve in your lift, where would that have been?
Right at the corner.
And can you place a little X right where that would have been? And the last time you saw Tom leaving out, can you draw us an arrow of which way he was headed? Now, we're going to the next morning where you told us that you and Steve tried to walk to see if you could find Tom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see the area where you all would have been at that point?
It's a little bit north of this. We were, sort of right at the BeltLine in front of Victory.
Can you draw a little arrow with it going up towards that north area that you're referring to? Understood. Now, as you're on that path, kind of a little more north, are you headed back in that direction of Pure Taqueria or somewhere else?
Yes.
The direction of Pure
We were
Taqueria?
heading in the direction of Pure.
Okay. Do you make it to Pure?
No, that's where we encountered the police tape.
Okay. One moment, I'm going to change to a different color. Now, using the blue marker, can you mark the area where you encountered the police tape?
Roughly right there.
Tell me about what happened when you encountered that police tape.
Well, we could see that there had we could see Tom laying down at the bottom of the hill. And, you know, there were police everywhere. And they, of course, wouldn't let us go beyond the yellow tape wisely. And the police officer came and started a conversation with us. And they, of course, couldn't confirm that it was Tom at the time. But I recognized the jacket that he had been wearing the night before.
So when you saw Tom laying there, he was in the same clothing and same jacket that he had on the last time you saw him, the night of February 25th.
Yes.
And I know that you stated that there was a conversation with police after this.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about what's happened.
They couldn't confirm what had happened, and they wanted to know why we were there and why we were looking for Tom and how we knew him. And that's, I don't really remember the conversation in that moment. It was such an intense moment.
Did you answer all of the police's questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea what had happened to Tom at that point?
No.
At some point after that, did the police want to go to Tom's home?
Yes.
Did you assist with that?
Yes.
And when you went to, I know that you stated earlier that you and Steve went to the home before you started backtracking that trail.
Correct. I didn't go in. I just waited in the car.
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you. Now, the last time you saw Tom, what was his demeanor?
Tom was always good-hearted, and he was just always in a good mood. He was just, I think, tired, and his back was really bothering him.
No fights or arguments?
Oh, no.
Okay. When he walked off from Pure Taqueria headed home, was he alone or with someone else?
He was alone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ward. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Ward.
Hello.
When you and Steve parted ways from Tom, were you all outside of Pure Taqueria?
I believe so.
So did you watch Tom walk down towards the BeltLine?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But did you wait outside for the lift?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And per that receipt, the lift picked you up at 10:33. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you couldn't recall if you waited outside or if you waited inside.
I think that we waited outside, but I'm just not 100% sure.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything while you waited outside that night? If you waited outside, did you hear anything unusual?
No.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ward. How far away would you say that where you found Tom was away from Mr. Arnold's home?
I mean, less than half a mile.
Less than half a mile, but it wouldn't be visible from the incident location. His home wouldn't be visible.
No.
And you said his vehicle was parked at his home.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
We've been going about an hour. Let's take a few minute break. You're excused, sir. You may remain in the courtroom if you would.
Thank you.
All rise for jury.
Yeah, that would be a receipt from the restaurant from that evening.
And that's the evening of February 25th, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. And would that have been related to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Ward? And
Yeah, this would have been the exact time when they were leaving. This is kind of, the bar starts closing about 10, and this receipt says 10:11, so that would have been right when they would have wrapped up and kind of been heading out.
Okay. And at that time, excuse me, Your Honor, at this time the state would tender State's Exhibit 7.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, around that time, you mentioned it was around closing time. What's that Inman Park area around Pure Light at that time?
There's still people walking around, but most of them are going to be on the other side of the street, kind of towards Barcelona and towards Beetle Cat. In between us and the BeltLine, there's not a ton of foot traffic, but there's still a few people here and there. But it's kind of quieting down at that hour on that side of the street.
And if you give me one moment, I'm going to start by sharing on my screen State's Exhibit 5, which should come up in just a second. Okay. So State's Exhibit 5 that's on the screen in front of you, take a look. Do you recognize that area at all?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
I worked there for 7 years.
That makes sense. Now, I believe in just a second, okay, that bar has gone off. We have a touchscreen feature.
Okay.
So let me set it up for you, and I'm going to ask you to point out just a couple of things for me. Now, using your finger in the touchscreen, can you kind of draw around that area you're referring to where people would have been more congregated around closing time? And that street again is which street?
That's Highland Avenue.
Okay. Now you mentioned earlier seeing Tom head out for the evening out of your back patio headed towards the BeltLine.
Correct.
Where would that have been?
So this would be the back patio right here, and he would have gone down this way.
Would there be less traffic on that area?
For sure.
Now, if you give me 1 second, I'm going to share State's Exhibit 7 that we were referring to. Now we get it without the disturbing background noise. Okay, so at the top of State's Exhibit 7, we see a from, a date, and a to. Is this in regards to some type of email? I know you mentioned sending this receipt at some point.
Yes, that would have been email that I would have sent out.
Okay. And who are you sending it to generally? I know you don't know the person.
I would have sent it to whoever was asking. I'm not sure who requested it.
Okay. Is this in relation to the police investigation?
I would assume so, yes. I don't know that.
And the date this was sent, can you read that out for us?
It says March 3rd, 2022.
Now scrolling down on State's Exhibit 7, is this from your review an authentic receipt from Pure Taqueria, from someone who would have, had a couple of drinks, ordered and paid at the end of the night?
Yes.
Okay. And the date associated with this receipt is?
That's going to be February 25th, 2022.
Okay. And there is a time on here. What's the time?
10:11 p.m.
Okay. And is the time necessarily correct? Does it follow a computer system?
Yeah, that's going to be the time that ticket was sent in, which the bartenders typically didn't keep a running tab for those guys. They would they would type in the order as they were ready to check out. So that would have been pretty much their exact time they requested the check.
Okay. And at the bottom here, we see credit card swipes and then Amex, and then it ends in a series of numbers. What are those numbers we see at the end there?
Those last four are 3008.
And what would those numbers be related to?
Those would be the last four on the card that was used to close out the tab.
Now, after you saw Tom leave off, headed down Elizabeth towards the BeltLine, did you also see Sydney and Steve leave out?
Yes, they went out the front door to get into an Uber.
Okay. Would that have been on Highland Ave?
That would have been on Highland Ave.
Okay. Did you ever see Tom again that evening?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see him after that evening?
No. I came in the morning and saw police tape up on the corner.
Do you remember around what time you would have come in that morning?
It was around 10 a.m., something like that.
And what did you learn?
They didn't tell me anything. It just I could tell that it was a crime scene. I didn't connect the two at the point.
And did you later learn what had happened?
Yeah, Steve gave me a call later on that afternoon.
Now, when you saw Tom leave out that evening, did you see him leaving with anyone?
He was by himself.
Okay. And when you were with Tom that evening, kind of talking about back pain and mattresses, how was his demeanor?
Same as always, calm, friendly, jovial. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just always just chatty, nice.
And at some point during the investigation, after that night, did the police reach out in regards to any possible footage?
Yes, they did. I'm not sure if it was immediately the next day, but it was within the next 2 days, I believe.
Okay. And did you provide them with anything?
Yes, I gave them. I couldn't. I wasn't having a tough time pulling the footage off of it personally, so I just gave them the whole database.
So you weren't able to see the footage itself?
I could see it. I just couldn't extract it.
Okay. So as far as extracting the specific footage, you couldn't do that, so you gave the entire device?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And after that, of course, you have a personal connection. As far as the investigation with the police, did you have any other involvement with the case?
No, I got interviewed once or twice, but that was it.
Thank you, Mr. Forster. I don't have any further questions, but defense line.
Hi, Mr. Forster.
Hello.
The three amigos are regulars at Pure, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they usually drank quite a bit when they came in?
I wouldn't say quite a bit, but yes, they would drink. They wouldn't typically eat.
And so their demeanor that night, was it like their normal demeanor? Any more or less intoxicated than normal?
No, and Tom usually drank less than the other two.
And you said it gets pretty quiet in that area around 10:30.
Yes, that's accurate.
And the restaurant closes at 11, is that right?
That's accurate.
And so down the street, I guess closer to Barcelona, so just down the road, it's a little bit more lively because those restaurants stay open later.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were still at the restaurant after everyone had left?
I was.
And did you hear anything? Any commotion outside?
No, I usually, I would have been in the office kind of running paperwork and things like that.
And no loud noises outside?
No.
Thank you. No further questions. Good afternoon. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Just one brief question, Your Honor. Mr. Forster, that device that would have contained all of the footage, had you all been having any trouble with it before you provided it to police?
No.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that it had been malfunctioning on and off, so you weren't sure if it recorded?
I don't recall. We had swapped out devices a couple times over the years.
Okay. So do you recall talking to the police about the business going to get a new system?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. You may remain in the courtroom if you wish. Please call your next witness.
The state calls Eric Hotbet.
Good afternoon.
My first name is Eric, E-R-I-K. Last name Hotbet, H-A-A-T-V-E-D-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hotbet. I'm saying it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I practiced. Now, what area of town do you live in?
Inman Park.
Okay. How long do you live in Inman Park?
It's coming up on 10 years.
And specifically, your residence, is it a single-family home, a condo? What type of residence is it?
Apartment. Studio apartment.
And does it face a certain intersection or street?
The intersection of Elizabeth Street and Bernina Avenue.
Now, at your residence, do you have any type of recording devices like surveillance cameras, ring cameras, anything of that sort?
I have a camera facing out towards my porch.
Okay. And from that porch view, what would we be able to see if we're looking out?
The intersection of Bernina and Elizabeth and the building across the street, with about half the way up Elizabeth Street towards North Island Ave.
Okay. Are you close to the BeltLine in that location?
Right there.
Okay. Do you frequent the BeltLine yourself?
I do.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Beach Circle location?
Excuse me?
Are you familiar with Beach Circle?
Beach Circle? No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the location, circular location, gravel road with some grass on the outside of it?
No.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Freedom Trail that goes off the BeltLine?
Yes.
Okay. And with that Freedom Trail, is it in proximity at any point with somewhere like the Carter Center?
Yeah, it goes right past it.
Okay. And I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you what's been previously entered in the evidence as State's Exhibit number 5, just to see if we can orient ourselves for what area you reside in. One moment. Bar will disappear in just a second, but in the meantime, we have a touchscreen feature. I'm going to ask, using your finger, if you could circle kind of the area we would be looking out at if we're standing on your porch.
The V would be everything inside of that. That's the direction of it.
Understood. Now, on the evening of February 25th, 2022, were you at home that evening if you were home?
I was.
Okay. Were you out and about in Inman Park or at home most of the evening?
I was at home.
Okay. Now, were you aware of any shooting that had occurred that evening during the evening of February 25th?
I wasn't.
Okay. Did you later become aware of an investigation that was going on subsequent to that date?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about how that came about, how you found out about it.
There was a business card an officer left in my door, and I got a text message from the manager at Pure Taqueria, which is up the street, asking me if I had any video footage of the last couple of days and giving me the contact information of another officer.
Do you remember the name of that manager?
at Pure Taqueria?
Evan, I forget his last name.
Now, when the police left that car, did you ever make contact with anyone from the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
Okay.
Other than the email I sent.
Okay. Via email, what was the nature of your communication?
Evan had told me that they were looking for footage, so I pulled the memory card out of my camera, found the last 3 days, and just put it all up, uploaded it to Dropbox, and emailed both officers that I had the emails for the link to that footage.
And that footage contained the dates of February 24th, 25th, and 26th. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach you, Mr. Hotbet, with what has been previously marked and shown to defense counsel, as State's Exhibit 9. Now, looking at this portion of State's Exhibit 9, do you recognize?
That's my porch camera.
Okay. And the dates that you provided, again, there were multiple?
Oh, yes, 3 days.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 9, does this appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would tender State's Exhibit 9 containing the camera footage from dates February 24th, 25th, and 26th.
No objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. In one moment, Mr. Hotbet, and you will see it on the screen in front of you. Okay. Now, Mr. Hotbet, I'm just going to set it up one more time to make sure we can use that touch screen to orient ourselves with which street is which. Okay. So now, the street we see this vehicle turning onto, what street is that?
Elizabeth.
Can you draw a line down, Elizabeth, just so we have that correct? Okay. And the street the vehicle is turning off of, what street is that?
Bernina.
And can you draw a line down that so we can orient? And I know you mentioned that this is pretty close to the belt line. The entrance to the belt line, where would that be if we're standing here?
The sidewalk, where it's almost touching, is right there for the entrance where the Silver Rhino art installation is.
Understood. I am going to sharing one moment. And just to make sure we have the same view, one moment.
see another view. Okay, continuing in the same exhibit. Is this that same view just at a different time of day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to clear the bar at the bottom, which should be gone in just a second. And if you could, please, Mr. Hotbot, I'm going to get it right, Hotbet, could you please read out the date and time stamp that we see on this part of the video?
It's covering it, your meeting being recording notifications. Can I just touch it to hit OK?
I believe so. Just hit OK or stay muted. Yes.
February 25th, 2022 at 22:06:28.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
How are you? Hi. Do you have any idea how the time and date are set on that camera system?
Through the Wi-Fi network, the same way your computer would be.
Okay, so you don't have anything to do with the time or date that's on those recordings?
I believe you can change the time zone, but no.
And you were home that evening?
Yes.
And you didn't hear anything that you thought was a gunshot that evening? And the video that was displayed for you, do you have any idea whose car that is? Whose car is shown in that video?
No, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
You are excused, sir. You may remain in the courtroom if you wish. Please call your next witness.
The state calls crime scene technician Dunn.
Good afternoon, sir.
Romel Dunn, R-A-M-E-L-D-U-N-N.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunn. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing well. Can you please tell us how you are currently employed?
Right now I'm currently employed as a crime scene supervisor for Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Going on 10 years.
And how long have you served in that supervisor role?
Supervisor role, going on 2.
Now, prior to your 2 years as a supervisor, what was your role with Atlanta Police Department?
I was a senior crime scene technician.
Now, tell us a little bit, what does a senior crime scene technician do?
Well, as a senior crime scene technician, pretty much I'm responsible for training new crime scene techs that come into our unit, you know, showing the duties and responsibilities of processing crime scenes.
Now, were you in that role back on February 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene on the BeltLine in the Emmons Park area around 341 Elizabeth Street Northeast?
Yes.
Okay. And were you in that role of going out with a junior investigator?
Well, a junior crime scene tech.
Or, I'm sorry, a junior crime scene tech.
Yes.
Yes. And that crime scene tech, Miss Angelica Pierre, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how long had she been with you all at that point, if you recall?
I'm thinking maybe, I think of about a year.
Okay. Now, as a, I guess, walk us through as if we are the junior crime scene technicians here and you are taking us out on the scene. What is going to be the first thing that happens when you get to that crime scene?
Well, the first thing that happens is we pretty much take overalls of the crime scene location as far as the area, and then usually we'll walk the crime scene for evidence that needs to be collected or might need to be collected, and then after that we start processing the crime scene.
And was that procedure and protocol followed here?
Yes.
Now, have you had a chance to view photos from the crime scene in that location?
Yes.
And were they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene and how you all would have photographed it at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And those were State's Exhibits 37 through 90. One moment while I show defense counsel. And with that identification of State's Exhibits 37 through 90, at this point, Your Honor, the State would tender State's Exhibits 37 through 90.
No objection aside from renewing my pre-trial objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted subject there too.
And may they be published, Your Honor?
You may publish.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibits 88 and 89, or excuse me, 87 and 88. Now, you mentioned earlier about an overall of the scene. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 80?
Well, this is pretty much an overall photo of the location where the victim was found.
And when you arrive on the scene and you're taking those initial overalls, would you move or manipulate the body of a victim in any way?
No.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 88. What do we have here?
It's the same. This is another overall photo of where the victim was found, just in a different angle.
Now, what are the different categories of photographs that a crime scene technician should take on the scene?
Well, you take overall, mid-ranges, and close-up photos.
Okay, pulling up State's Exhibit 85. Pulling up State's Exhibit 85. How would this photograph be classified?
This would be classified as a close-up photo of the victim.
And what is the purpose of taking a photo such as this one?
Just to show a more detailed, closer image of the actual victim.
And again, this would have been before the body was manipulated or moved in any way, is that correct?
Correct.
pulling up State's Exhibit 82. Forgive the lag, I'm sorry. Looking at State's Exhibit 82, what do we have here?
This is an overall photo showing the pathway leading to where the victim was located on the belt line.
So this image contains this paved pathway, the belt line.
Correct.
Okay.
This is the pathway leading to where he was located.
Okay. And we see kind of a yellow line of some sort going across the middle there. What is that?
That's the caution tape that usually the responding officers will put up to work with the crime scene.
Now this area, what county is it located in?
Bolton.
I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 72 and 73. One moment. I'm actually going to begin with State's Exhibit 73. Wait for that bar to kind of disappear at the bottom. One moment. Okay, now looking at State's Exhibit 73, here we see addition of two little yellow markers or placards. Can you walk us through what we have here and what's the purpose of those?
Well, marker number one is the placard marker. That's what we use to actually mark our evidence for like inventory reasons, 1 through 10, whatever the case may be. But right here we have two marker numbers. So we label the victim marker number 1. And then, as you can see, number 2 is a shell casing.
And going to State's Exhibit 72, we have a different angle of marker number 2. What are we looking at here?
That's pretty much an overall shot photo of the shell casing with the number 2 marker.
Okay, and I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 61, which should come up on the screen. In State's Exhibit 61, what do we have here?
That's the photo of a Minute Maid bottle, lemonade bottle with marker number 3.
Now, where would this be in proximity to placards number 1 and number 2, or does it matter?
Sometimes it matters, but this was, it wasn't far from marker 1 and number 2. It was in the same vicinity same area as marker number 1 and 2.
And when you're placing these placards, what's the thought process? What are you looking for?
Well, when we place the marker numbers, we pretty much are marking the evidence that we're going to collect.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 91 and 92. Having previously shown them to defense counsel, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 91 and 92 and tell me if you recognize these.
Yes, I recognize them.
How do you recognize them?
These are the items that were collected, that we collected from the crime scene.
Turning first to States 91, what item is contained in States 91 that was collected?
Oh, this is the Minute Maid lemonade bottle.
Okay. The same that we see pictured in placard number 3?
Correct.
And for States 92?
This is the 9mm shell casing that was collected. Market number 2.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender States Exhibits 91 and 92.
No objection.
No objection.
If it was admitted, you may publish.
Now, on both States 91 and 92, we see kind of these areas of red, what appears to be tape. Can you walk us through why that's placed there and what's the purpose of it?
The purpose is every time we package evidence, we have to seal it with evidence tape. So just in case anybody might tamper with it. So we put our initials over the tape and the bag simultaneously, so you could tell someone might have ripped it off. So that's the reason for the evidence tape to also show that it's actually evidence.
And again, is that standard procedure you would teach to any junior crime scene technician?
Yes.
And that protocol was followed here in this case?
Yes.
Now, once you have taken your photographs of the scene, is the next step then to collect those items that you've marked?
Yes.
Okay. After those items are collected, properly placed with the tape, signed on the seal of that tape, what would happen at that point?
Once we do that, once we package all the evidence, seal it up, we'll send it to its respective places for storage. Like for the Minute Maid bottle, we submitted it to our property unit, and for the shell casing, we submitted the shell casing to our crime lab for ballistics analysis.
So you yourself wouldn't conduct the ballistics analysis, is
No.
that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if there were any type of DNA analysis done on an item, would you yourself do that?
Correct.
Okay. Would the Georgia Bureau of Investigations be involved at all? Their lab?
Yes, any type of DNA that we will swab from any type of evidence, we'll submit it to the GBI lab, and they'll test it for any matches.
Now, after you and crime scene technician Pierre took your photos, collected the evidence we reviewed here on that secured scene, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. So, is it important in your job to have a secure crime scene?
Yes.
It's easier to collect evidence when no one else has been in the scene, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what time you arrived at Beach Circle on February 26th?
Yeah, 8:54.
If you brought it though, you wouldn't need it. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
We're gonna add one more to that. Looks like.
You got space?
I need the shoulder right now.
Good.
I've learned it saved me when I've been with Josh Walker a couple times. So I've been bringing my equipment.
Good put up top.
I do what short people are good at, getting low. Good news. Testing, 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 testing.
I'm in your way.
today's modern
Yeah,
media.
well, now I know I could use my phone for that.
I'm
too.
always amazed at how good the audio quality is.
It is really good. Twisted Wave is what this app is called. You can edit on it, and it's really amazing. Okay. Testing.
All right, sir, if we can just get your name and title for the camera.
Ken Shealy, Major, Fulton County Police Department.
Spell that last name.
SCHIERLE.
What have you got?
We had officers observe subjects loitering in the parking lot, 3657 Martin Luther King, which is the Sitco known drug activity goes on there. They observed a male subject run from the scene. They began in a foot chase after the subject. The subject then ran back into his vehicle, started revving his vehicle, and was reaching down. The officers ordered them to put his hands up and turn off the vehicle. He did not comply. He then produced a handgun. The officers discharged their firearms. After they had the subject secure, they took him out of the vehicle, administered CPR. He was then transported to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. This is an ongoing investigation, so that's all the information I can provide.
Did he fire at the officers?
No, he produced his handgun.
But so they did see the gun?
Yes.
And felt in danger of their lives?
Yes.
There are reports there were 2 other arrests. Can you confirm that?
No, there were not 2 other arrests.
And this was a loitering incident that started all of this?
Yes.
He was just in the parking lot?
Yes.
And officers tried to initiate contact with him?
Yes,
And
then he took off running.
Let me parse that just a little bit more. He was loitering in the parking lot without business there, obviously. Was he doing anything in the presence of others that might have indicated to the officers that there was a drug transaction action in progress?
It was a group of people together in a known drug activity area.
Okay. Now, there's been a little confusion. Was the engagement between the APD officer, or was it the marshal's office, officers of the marshal's office?
Fulton County Police
It was
Department.
Fulton County Police
Yes.
Department. Okay.
And you said that suspect is no longer in the car, was taken to the hospital where he passed away.
Yes.
Any name that you can release on the suspect? We're obviously hearing some names floating around out here.
No, we cannot at this time.
Is it someone known to law enforcement in a long-standing way?
I'm not clear on that information.
Can we get an age of the victim?
I cannot release that either.
4 law enforcement agencies, from what I could see on scene, GBI, is it Fulton County Sheriffs or Fulton County Police on scene?
Fulton County Police is on
Fulton County
scene,
Police,
and,
okay,
and the
I thought I saw
GBI.
Sheriffs.
Yes.
Okay, and GBI, and then APD I thought I saw also?
There possibly may be some Fulton County Sheriffs assisting,
Okay.
But Atlanta Police is assisting.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and is this actually their jurisdiction then?
Yes.
How long will this crime scene be locked down?
GBI is in charge of that. I'm not sure at this time.
Was there one officer that discharged, or multiple officers discharging weapons?
Multiple officers.
And 2, correct?
3.
3.
Yes.
All 3 discharged their weapons?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.